Hello, stream 213. Actually, I need to move my camera down because I adjusted my chair a little bit. There we go. Is that better? Is that better? Maybe a little to the left. Right. My chair was like way too high. All right. Now my mic doesn't want to cooperate. I should name one of the NPCs in my game Uncooperative Mike. And like, he'd be my arch nemesis. All right, today I'd like to spend a lot of time fixing a group of bugs, mostly things that I noticed as I was checking things out yesterday. And if I get time, if I fix all these bugs and I have extra time, I have this menu, this smorgasbord of things I could work on. At some point soon, I want to get a tile animation system going where instead of for example, the water just looking like it's frozen, I actually have it scroll or animate. And NPCs, you could have this guy maybe swing his sword around, make it look like more than just a statue. I also want to put in the Lua interpreter into the back end for use with the game systems, so like prototyping new game systems or game system changes, and as well as both dialogue requirements and dialogue events. So requirements are that certain dialogue choices wouldn't become available until some logic determines that they are available. Like maybe it would check to make sure you have something in your inventory before an NPC lets you ask about certain things. And events would be, in addition to NPCs talking to you, they could also give you items, for example. Or we could cause other events to happen in the game through scripting. So the main reason to do it in Lua is it's a fairly simple language, easy to embed, especially in C and C++, because it's a very portable C code itself, and it's very small. It's only like 3 files. And it will allow the game systems and dialogue systems to be updated pretty much live, like hot swap the code out, which would be really convenient. I could be working directly on the production environment, and not just be on the test environment. So other things I've always wanted to do, always meaning since the last couple months, put the server and client version numbers on the client so that we can see what version it's running. Hey, look at that. Mr. Sir. Thank you for the sub, Mr. Sir. And what is that emote? Oh, you have a Pog emote? Did I know that you had a Pog emote? I forget. Hey there, Kindly Fire. How are you doing? Yep. Okay, I'll have to use that more. I'll have to use that. There's like 3 streamers I follow now that have custom Pog emotes. So there's yours, there's Ski Dogs, and then there is the other Adam. 3 different Pogs there. Maybe I should have a Pog. Yeah, so thanks for the sub. Thanks for the support, man. Yeah, I want to show in the front end here somewhere. Not sure exactly where. Maybe in the settings, which I might combine with the profile. But it'd be nice to show the version of the game, version of the front end client, and then have. I was thinking either or both of release notes for especially for the back end for the game, and also news. And at some point soon, I really gotta work on this terms of service and privacy policy. And yeah, just gotta get it done, right? And then for world building, there's a couple enhancements I could really use in the entities panel. Right now, I can query entities by ID right here. So I could type like 1984, and that fetches me, this is Newey's player record. I can see what items new he has in her inventory. And for example, I could type in one of these numbers. I think it was this one. It was a special sword, 7868. And it's devious sword of power. So if I know the entity numbers, I can query them. But if I don't know them, it would be cool if I could query them by type. And certain types have like an enormous number of entities, like tiles. There'd be literally thousands of them. So it would be probably smart to only fetch some number at a time and have it a paging system. I want to have that in there, and also I want to have templates and dialogues for different kinds of components. Like, it would be cool if I wanted to add a teleporter right here, I can add an entity and see it. Right now I have to manually type it in. It would be cool if there was maybe a row down here like add trigger, add teleporter, add decoration, add NPC, some kind of template or some such thing, so that I don't have to manually type in the format for every component that such an entity would need to be in the game. So here are some examples. So another example would be, what did I just say? Decoration item or NPC, stuff like that. What's all that journaling thing going on in the background terminal? Oh, that's just the test environment is set to a very, very short period of snapshotting. If I let it go longer, then starting up the cluster would time out because it's not an optimized build. In the production, the snapshot interval is more like 10 minutes. So in the test, it's what? Kind of like 20 seconds or something? So it's pretty frequent. Ignore the snapshotting behind the curtain. It's because there's a screenshotting that as we speak. I see. Or maybe I need a photo shoot with various angles. All right. So let me demonstrate this first bug where NPCs can move while you're talking to them. Everyone tends to notice this. I need to find one of my NPCs. Are they hiding? They're hiding somewhere. Let's go over here. No, they're not here. Get out of my way. There's Bob and also Bob somewhere around here. There's also Bob. Oh, they're hiding down here. So problem is, if I'm talking to Bob right now, he's probably not going to do it because Murphy's Law says he won't, but there you go. See how he moved? So he shouldn't be mobile and move away while we're talking to him. That's quite rude. Also, it doesn't really make sense if he walks far enough away and we're still able to talk to him and all that. So I want to adjust the game systems and the game components to mark when NPCs are in dialogues, and it has to be such that the mark is removed automatically if I, for example, log out, terminate the dialogue early, hit escape. So it's got to be pretty leak-proof, for lack of a better term. And I don't know if I want to do that first, because that's a tough one. I'd rather do one of these other ones that's easier first. Yeah, let me keep that down here. I'll try to work on it today. But first, another bug: alt-clicking duplicates a tile of places. Yeah, so if I'm in this view, I can show it in the real game, I think now. For example, if I wanted to take a sword and make a copy of it, like right here, alt-click. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it puts it into the logged out zone. Now it's working. It's foiling my attempt to demonstrate. It just happens to be working right now. How could you, game? Just clean this up a little bit. Remove these swords I just created. Maybe it'll happen in the test environment. For example, if I take this ogre and alt-click. Okay, see how he was there? Oh, no, he's there. Okay, it just happens to be working today. Sometimes, instead of duplicating him in this zone, it'll actually move him to zone 0, which is a special logged out zone. And I think it has to do with the value of the Z component. for the position. Right now there is no Z component, but if we were in an area like this, all of these positions have a Z component, which is the zone. So zone 1726, which is the Bob zone. And the default zone doesn't have a Z key, but I think a Z key is being added, and if it's empty, it goes to zone 0. Hey there, Endurn. Kind of surprised that I can't duplicate this particular bug. What if I take this sign and try it? This is what I was doing last night. There we go. So I alt-clicked, and nothing is happening. If I actually go to the 0 zone, there they are. They were populated here. So let's remove them. Actually, I can go here and just right-click to remove them. There we go. Strange that sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So if I were to inspect that thing and look at its Z component, it's null. I think what's happening is it's always putting in a Z component, and null translates to 0, which is this special zone. So let's work on that today. Hey there, Nui. Am I alternative, Adam? Okay. You suck at playing Mario. Yeah, I saw that in Adam's Discord. But a lot of people don't play very well in Mario. I think you're probably better than I am. All right. Let me look at the code for that alt left click and see if I can spot the problem. Source, not views, it's middleware. Stage, right? There's an interact function. If we're in the entities, interact entities, right? Is alt, here we go. So if is alt, get the selected entity, get the components of that entity. I think this is saying if we couldn't get them, then return. What does this actually do? Oh, it looks to see if it can find entities that have been downloaded from the server for that. Okay. Look for the position component. If you couldn't find a position component, return early. There we go. So it's building a world Z from the camera, but the camera might not be in the zone. It might be in the default zone. So this has to be conditional, I think. So let me look where else I might have used. Let me put a bookmark here first. Look for this camera position Z. Seriously, I don't use it anywhere else? You played a half an hour or so and still suck? And you see another YouTuber play the game flawlessly? Well, the YouTubers play the game much more, well, much better, right? Because they're recording for YouTube. I think the average person is not as good as a YouTuber. This has the same problem, doesn't it? Yeah, this moving a player. Huh, I don't actually remember doing this stuff. Huh. Uh-oh, Kittet is back, yelling at me. Didn't I have something with default zone? Interact entities. Here we go. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna do a debugger here. Bring this up and let's pick someone. Oh, this lady. It didn't matter. I just normal click does it. Yeah, undefined. Okay. Does that mean that the new position down there gets undefined? I should do this with an alt click. Oh, really? Oh yeah, I have to pick an entity. There we go, and then alt click. There we go. Okay, if new position's undefined, then so it has a key, but the value is undefined. I wasn't sure if it would add the key Z or Z, but it did, and it gave it an undefined value. What happens if you stringify that? JSON.stringify new position. Right, so the Z or Z is not included in it, even though it's present with an undefined value. I think that's how it sometimes works. But other times it gets null instead of undefined. Oh, is that when I think I know what it is. If I go to another zone and come back. So if I go to this zone and then go back, and then let's do the same thing. Yeah. See, it's null. It's not that it's undefined; it's that it's null. All right, so we should really treat null and undefined the same way by not putting the key in at all, right? So let's remove this one and say if world z is not equal to null. So that'll match undefined. My understanding is if not equal to null is false if it's null or undefined. So if it's not null and not undefined, then this will add it. And I think I want to do the same thing elsewhere that I do that. Camera position.z or z. Like right here. So let me compute the delta here first. And then say if world z not equal to null. And then replace this with delta. I'm trying to understand what this does. I don't remember what this does. I think this selected position means that we have a marker in the game. Like that green square. This is saying if it's on top of the camera. If it's in the same zone but not on top of the camera, then set the position to the corner? What is this doing? I don't remember what this does. Reflect camera position. Oh, I think this means if it moved. If it moved, change its position. Because it can move either if we click a different position or if we move the camera like that. I think that's what that is. So I don't need to worry about that one then. Camera position Z. I think that's it. So let's see if I fixed it. Watch a previous VOD where I implement that code. Yeah, well, what it tells me is I didn't write this with the right names. Like these names are weak. Like tile X, tile Y. Like what tile are we talking about, right? I think yeah. This is definitely to move this green rectangle. Either if we change the camera, or we could change its position directly like that, or we could go to a different zone and come back. And actually, there's the bug. Um, it should have came back, but it didn't. So this is a problem too. Go to default zone. What does that do? What that was in the character panel? Activities panels, character panel. Default zone. Oh, default no break space though. Okay, got it. Aha, it sets it to null. Move camera. Waiting for it to search. Oh, okay, here we go. This is correct for a delta. If it's null, it'll remove the key, but this is probably what's wrong. Reflect camera position. I think it's in the reducer. Actually, I can just take this and do that. Yes. So back where we set it, we should be careful. This position shouldn't have the Z in it at all. So let's do this. Can I change the position directly in here? I can, right? It gets a copy. So if position is null, then I think, what was it, delete? Del? No. Delete? Is that how you remove a key? Let's see. If X is A1, B2, and I say delete X dot B, then what's X? Exactly. Okay. Oh, and this should, okay. So I do need to put null Z key for this delta, but this position given here, okay, so this should be something different. So let position delta, this position, and then actually that can just be const. And I want to copy. Oh, wait a minute, it's built this way. Okay, forget it. I can just copy this stuff. Wait, why did I do it that way? Yeah, can I just do this? Then remove that key for what we use there. Yeah, let's just try that. So click a position, go to some zone, go back. Didn't work. Put it in that zone, go to some different zone and come back. Oh. It forgets entirely. Hmm. Why would it forget? Hold on. This is from the character panel. There's a go, right? It's moved to zone. Which does move camera. Let me make sure this doesn't have some side effect in a reducer. It doesn't. Set selected position marker. Oh, I have it else destroy it. That's just the marker though, right? Aha. So it'll destroy the marker, and then, okay, then let's, but it keeps the selected position around. Right, because this doesn't actually, this just removes the local marker in phaser. So the second time around, when we return to the original zone, we should go into this else. Oh, this won't, no, that's selected. Is it here where it's just never getting to it? Hold on, let me put a debugger here. Let's go to this zone. Put a marker. So there it's 1726, so it's the same zone. And then let me go to a different zone and then go back. It's never going in there at all. Why not? I need to put a debugger outside here, maybe. Put one down. Go to a different zone. Right, so it destroys the marker and returns. When I go back to this zone, though, it's never getting back in here? Huh. It's never calling set selected position marker at all. Oh, only if there is a marker. Shoot. It should always go into there, shouldn't it? Yeah, this if shouldn't be here. What calls that? Huh. Okay. Go. X is null. Hold on. What did I? Let me undo. Right. If there is a mark, well, no. Even if there is no marker, okay. I think I know what the problem is. It's going to just assume there is a selected position. If there isn't at all, this is bad. So we need to return early. that would go into the reducer, right? Selected position from admin. Yeah, so it could be null. So that's a good check, right? That, then return. I don't think I need that debugger anymore. I'm gonna guess that this just works now. Place a marker. Go to a different zone. Come back. Marker's back. Nice. Can I put the marker? Will this work? Yes. Can I put a marker here and then go to a different zone and then come back? Yes. Now let me start off in the default zone, place a marker first. Go to a different zone, go back. All right. And I can still remove the grass here, right? Yes. Paint the grass back. What happens if I select that position, go to a different zone, delete it, go back? Oh, that worked. Nice. Paint the grass back. There. All right. Let's check that in. One bug fixed. Or was that 2 bugs? It was 2 bugs. This one is a fix bug alt in alt plus click. Or like, let's just say fix bugs in modifying components in default zone. Actually, this chunk goes in with that one. And so does this one. And this is the bug where the marker disappears if you switch zones. Fix bug where position marker not restored when returning to the zone it's in. Actually, there we go. I got it to fit. Got it to fit for the summary line. All right. Adding a name tag to a tile in view of the camera doesn't let the camera know about the name tag change. So let me demonstrate that bug. If I wanted to call this guy a cousin of Slimy, right? The way I still have to set that to true, but hold on. Let me check, make sure what is something with the. It's spelled out name, right? So this guy again. Name, son of Slimy. So if I just hit update, it doesn't appear there. But if I move off screen and then back, it appears. That's the bug. What happens if I change it now to like Fred? It can update, but you just can't add it. What if I remove it? It goes away. All right. Don't go off screen now. So I can add and remove it once it's been added. So maybe it's a front end problem. I'm going to guess it's a front end issue, not a back end issue. So to verify that, I guess it would be I just refresh, find that guy again and try to do it again. Yep. Let me look at the network. Let's actually take him and move him to somewhere quiet. Lonely Island, so we can play with him. Just him and no one else. In fact, I'm going to put him in a spot he can't move in. And we will do that by putting mountains around him. There, he can't move. Because I don't want other network messages to interfere here. So, selecting him and then picking true, name Fred, update, and then see what passed along the network here. Yeah, so we got an update sprite with a name tag. We're just not, the front end isn't handling it. Where's the message to actually do it? Is that this one? Yeah. What was the one before it? To move him to this zone, yeah. All right. So we're getting the correct message, just the front end isn't handling it right. Move off screen and back on, and he'll be back. All right, so it's a front end issue. Update sprite, right? I should have looked at the Redux for that. Moving around too much. Okay, let's just refresh. Do this one more time. Go to Lonely Island. All right. And then pick Fred. Update. So here's the message to update the sprite. So we should have gotten a reflect sprite updated. We did with the correct nameplate and all. Reflect sprite updated goes where? Here. To do this won't work. A nameplate is added or removed. Okay. Hey there, Shua. How are you doing? Yes, I did. Mrs. Raimu cut my hair last weekend. Nothing fancy, just make it shorter, right? Thank you. I appreciate that. This won't work if the nameplate is added or removed. Yeah, well, my hair grows summer or winter. Doesn't matter the season, right? I guess it is sort of a coincidence. Summertime, new haircut. I heard it was like stupidly hot in France, that they reached an all-time record of 44 Celsius, which is crazy. Don't work if the nameplate is added or removed. Oh, because the it has to have a sprite. So there ought to be an else, right? Else if name. We're going to add one, right? And if, okay, If there's a name, we're going to set it. Else we're going to remove the name, the label, right? Let's bookmark this position. Okay, this is how we remove it. So we would destroy it here, and then I guess I have to remove it from stage tiles? How do we do that? Set, okay. This is if it's added. Because this is what stage.tiles is. What is it? It's like a map or something? New map. Okay. So let me make sure I know what I'm doing with map. Map. So if I wanted to change it, I always have to call set. Yes. So I'd have to call set with the new info. All right. Is that what this talks about here? Okay, fine. So back here. So really, I need more than just a sprite in the label if I'm going to change it. So let's get the whole, well, let tile info equals this. And then we can do that. And then we can say delete tile info dot label. And then stage dot tiles dot set ID tile info. Or do I even need to do that? Because I don't think I need to do that. Because it's not going to get a copy, it's going to get actually the object, right? So maybe that's sufficient. I don't know if I need to do that. How do I test that? Maybe I would just do a get again. New tile info. And verify it's not in there. And then debugger. Let's see. All right. I'm going to play with Fred. And remove Fred. Okay, do I have the... I do have the window up. Gonna remove his label. Pretty sure I have to set that to true, but that's only because of a flaw in the rendering system. Oh, cool. It worked. So it did update the value in the map directly. Because calling get again and getting a new reference, it's the same thing. In fact, I bet I can do an equality comparison, right? Tile info equals new tile info. True. And that's the soft equal, meaning it points to the same object, not that they're equivalent, right? The way I understand it. Okay, cool. I don't need that or that. So, if it didn't have a label, but it now has a name, then we need to add a label, right? So how are labels added? That's moved. Ah, here it is. In fact, let me See if is that done in more than one place. It's not. So I guess we'll take this out. And put it into some kind of helper. Make tile label. So that needs a tile info. It needs a stage. What's X? Oh, right. So it needs a position. Y pixels, name. What's default font? That's a constant. All right. And there's a depth. All right. Yeah, okay. And then just repeat this down here. Right here. We have the stage. I don't have X and Y or the depth. We have the name. We have the tile info. So I need X, Y pixels and depth. If that's it's used for more than just the label, isn't it? It's also used for the. Oh no, the depth is present in the tile info, so I don't need it here. I can just do tile info depth. And do the same thing with X and Y. Well, it can be computed from the X and Y. I guess I can do the same thing. Wrong place. So this would be a tile info dot, and then I don't need these. Okay. And this doesn't need them either. Let's see if that worked. Go to Lonely Island. Pick Fred, or tile formerly known as Fred. Give him a new name. Fred. Yay! Fixed bug. It's the little things that count, right? Fix bugs in adding, removing tile labels. I thought I had to do back end work there, but it's all in the front end. All right. Adding or removing a trigger from a tile within view of the GM camera doesn't add or remove the special marker. That might be related. Let me see. So, for example, I think if I try to duplicate that trigger there, and that moves it, let me duplicate it. And that worked. Oh, is it when you're adding it to a new, we're adding it to an existing tile? Okay, I think that's what it was. Or the alternative would be removing the trigger. So if I just remove that trigger there. Yeah, see how it didn't remove the special tile, but if I move off screen and back, it's there. So, yeah, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Go away. So let me look at what network messages we get. Duplicate and then select. Let me watch the network here. If I just remove the trigger, what happens? I don't think we got any indication of anything happening. Oh no, we got a. No, that's our request to remove it, right? At 1050 by 30. 1050 30. Yeah, and then nothing came back from the server. So basically, the rendering system didn't notice the trigger was removed. New island? Yeah, well, this is just a little test island. Oh, sorry, Kindly Fire. Kindly Fire, I didn't notice your question. What's the naming convention? All functions start with an uppercase letter. It's just a habit I've gotten into that if it's a method of a class or a global function, I capitalize it. And if it is like a local function inside, like a function inside of another function, where do I have an example of that? Like in one of these panels, right? One that's more substantial. Like here are some functions that are inside of a larger function. They generally go lowercase because I think of it as just another kind of variable. This variable happens to be an arrow function, but otherwise it's just a variable. And my style has always been variables start with lowercase and functions start with uppercase. But yeah, it's arbitrary. Pick whatever convention works for you, I guess. What would happen if I force a tile update here? Now what did the... Okay, I did get an update sprite. How is it marked as a special in the first place? Let me see. Is it through this add? $49.02? No, $49.55. Where is that one? This one. Ah, special trigger, right? Oh, this one doesn't have one. What if I add it back? To add it back, it would be to take this one's trigger and copy it and add it here. There's no message for that, right? 5329 is when... Okay, yeah, so nothing came back from the server. But what if I, again, take this and mark it true? What do I get? I got an update sprite. Ah, here. So it is there. So if I set this true flag in the tile, it does tell me if there's a trigger or not. So I could leverage that. Oh, hey there, Epic Unknown. Whoops, I didn't mean to shout you out, but there we go. My finger just slipped. I meant to... The hello is right next to the shout out for me. I don't know, do you stream? No, but if you did, people would follow you, I'm sure. All right. So if we are getting this S key in the update sprite, I could use that. Probably the same thing here as for add, right? Yeah, special tile. Special S, right. So if there is one, make it and set its depth. And what do we do with it? We'll store it in here. Huh. It's weird that I did it that way. I think it would have been better if I just didn't add it. Yeah, let me refactor this a little bit. Instead of having that let there, let's move it down to here. And we'll just say tile info dot special tile. And why don't we just set the depth inside of there? Yeah, like I'm doing there. Why am I doing it this way? I don't know. Yeah, why didn't I? Why didn't I just do it here? Yeah, and I remembered what kind of special it was. That was in case I wanted to use that information. Okay, so then I don't need that anymore. And did this store it back in here? It did. Why don't I just make it the same? So that would be putting tile info in here. And then just saying tile info dot. Hold on. There. And then I don't need to return it. Okay. And this has to have tile info, of course. And actually, do I need the X and Y? I can just bring it fully into parity here if I don't do that, right? And instead just compute the X and Y again from that. And remove that. And yeah, let's just use the same names, shall we? Hey there, multiple pixels. I'm dealing with multiple pixels myself. Ha ha ha. Make sure I didn't break anything. It appears to be not broken. I can still see the little special tiles there. All right, so let's work on the update. The same thing here, right? So this would be special. Tile, I think. Special tile. And we'll say if special tile. And then in addition to name, it would be S, right? Or S, rename it to be special. So same thing, if special, else if special. Wink, wink, yeah. So if, here I'm just going to update it, right? So tile info dot special tile dot special equals special. Just updating the type of the special tile. Else, it didn't exist before, so we're going to make one, right? No, it doesn't exist anymore. So it's special tile dot destroy. Delete tile info dot special tile. And I don't need this lead anymore. Okay. If there wasn't one and now there is, we have to make one. Make special tile. Let's see if I got it right. Wowee, look who's here. It's Ramy. How are you doing these days, Ramy? Have you recovered yet from your fall? And hey there, Clayman. How are you doing? Mostly, but definitely not completely. I'm glad that you're on the mend. I hope nothing got broken. You said, I think you said you were gonna go see a doctor if it got worse, right? Yeah, Raimi fell. Was it skateboarding or something? Yeah. I didn't want to say what it was, so I'll let Raimi talk about it. It was all in talked about in Adam's Discord, yeah. Inline skating, yeah. Okay, so I want to. The test will be I can remove that uh, trigger, and then we see it when as soon as I make that to true, right? Yay! Look, it vanished, and then we could get it back by copying it from here. Trigger, add, and then as soon as I make that to true, it should appear again. Yay! Look at that. Checking it in. Fix bug. Well, what did the last one say? Yeah, there we go. We'll just use that. Fix bugs and adding, removing special tile markers. Okay. Called the doctor for an appointment. They just turned you down. Oh no. They're like, well, yeah, we don't have any openings in schedule. Try again next week. Go to the hospital at your own expense. That sucks. It would be unthinkable here. Yeah. Usually, like in the US, you call the doctor for an appointment and they'll say, oh, it's June. Well, we have an opening in September. If you can wait that long. Otherwise, go to urgent care or go to the emergency room. Well, I'm glad that you're getting better. It would suck if you couldn't get an appointment and it continued to get worse. All right, I can remove the tile completely now that I'm done testing. All right, so next bug. This one might be a tough one. Let me postpone that one. Let me just pull an easy one up. This one is easy, I think. So in this one, any of these tickets say admin instead of GM. I just wanted to say GM, so I'm just going to look for the word admin. Yep, and I'm just going to change it to the GM here. Actually, I would kind of like it to show in a special color. Can I do that? How did I do that in the chat stuff? Do it the same way. Chat admin. It just assigned a color, okay. I did it with a span. Do I want to put that, maybe move that up out of here, make it global? I kind of feel like it, so I think these two would be reused elsewhere, right? So let's promote them up to this level. Where do I want to put it? Doesn't really matter where, right? I think I had it from generic to specific, but I kind of lost. This is really not very well organized, so I'll just dump it here. And let me rename it a little bit. So this will be player name label, and this will be admin label. Okay, so I had it was chatter name, right? Becomes player name label. And I forget what that one was. I think it was chatter admin. No? Back to chat we go. Chat-admin. Okay. Oh, I do have it in 2 places. Huh. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, there we go. Format chat. Okay, got it. Okay. Do it. Execute order 66. So then here I can do the same thing with this, right? I just say class name. Well, this is a little bit more sophisticated, isn't it? Let's just do it this way. I'll do it with a span. So else a different span. Span class name equals player. I already forgot what I called it. Player name. Let's just call it let's call it player label. Sorry, I'm missing chat, but I'm super focused right now. I'll get to it in a second. And here it is span up. Span class name equals admin label. And here I can remove. That just becomes. Actually, it's like that, right? And then the whole thing I was waiting for was to just do that. Okay. Yeah, even if it's broken and just got a heal, no one's gonna do anything about it. It's kind of like what if you break a toe or a finger. Sometimes they say there's nothing they can do about it, but just don't move it. So yeah, I remember breaking a toe once, and I looked it up, and it's like, well, there's not much you can do other than just don't move it. And yeah, I just didn't move it for about a month, and it got better. Sets itself just fine usually. So I got to work. Company worked for over a year now. Didn't give them your name incorrectly. Hold on. Did I get that right? You got to work at this festival Saturday night, and the company you've worked for over a year now, didn't give. Oh, so they screwed up your name. Oh, you might not get entry because your name doesn't match. Huh. Okay. Wow. Okay. You're fine with them not dealing with it, but you'd like to know whether it was broken or not. Yeah, it would have been nice to know. It's like, well, we don't. It might be broken, might not be. Either way, they can't do anything about it. It's like, well, but is it broken or not? All right. Is this fixed now? Well, that's kind of nice. It's in a nice color. There we go. I like it. Was there any other place in the code that used admin? I don't think so. I think it was the only place. What if I remove the parentheses? Going to be used everywhere because it's the name of a variable. I don't think it's used anywhere in a string, though. Okay, so we're just going to check that in. Easy peasy. Okay, make player GM color class global and use in tickets. Good rule of thumb is that if you literally cannot move, there's something seriously wrong. Yeah, I mean, even if you break your arm, it'll eventually heal. But if you don't have a doctor see it, it might set wrong, and you'll have um, it won't be pointed right. You'll be slightly bent, right? When people break their nose and they don't get it set right, they have a bent nose. And I suppose if it sets really poorly, it could break more easily again, or you might have nerve pain. That's maybe the most serious problem, right? Is it sets wrong in a way that it irritates or damages your nerves, and then you lose feeling or you have pain. But usually for a small bone or a bone that really isn't used, like a tailbone, I guess, there's not much point, right? Or maybe it's more, it would do more harm than good to try to go in there and set it. It's not used. It's what do they call that? Vestigial. You know this? You know this term, vestigial? Vestigial. Forming a very small remnant of something that was once much larger and more noticeable. An organ or part of the body degenerate, rudimentary, or atrophied, having become functionless in the course of evolution. So we used to have tails, right? Now we don't have tails anymore, but there's that tail, the end of our spine, the tailbone, that is sort of vestigial, right? So if it breaks, it's like, well, weren't using it anyway. I don't know, maybe it's not vestigial. Maybe it serves some purpose, like uh, helps you sit without screwing something up correctly, right? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Don't quote me. All right. This one again is hard. We'll do the easy ones first. Oh, this one. I wanted to fix this one. Let's do this one next. Entering a dialogue should switch to the dialogue. I broke that somehow. So this was working before. Now it's broken. Where did I put the window? Here it is. So let's go. Bob went around the corner here. Let's go talk to him. Get out of my way, ogre. Hello, Bob. See how it stayed on the all tab? It should have switched to the dialogue tab. And then it would switch back to the alt tab when we're done. So I screwed that up somehow. Talk is initiated by what? The interaction middleware, I think. Dialogue entered. Here we go. I think it's this. The name is wrong. I think it's because I made it capital. If so, then that's an easy fix. Let's see. Yep, there it was. Name, job, and then by switches back to the. It should have switched back to the alt tab, but it didn't. How am I gonna find out what went wrong? Talk, by, and then quickly look at the Redux state. Dialog exited. Select chat tab what? There's no variable there. This is wrong. This set the dialog, but then, okay, this is probably wrong. Set chat tab to select on dialog exit. Good luck finding that one. I'll have to search for it. This is tab. Maybe that needs to be name. The searching is the problem when I go between this Pascal case and this, what do we call that one? Snake case? I can't remember what that's called. I might want to unify those. Just pick one or the other for all contexts. Ah, here it is. It's not key, it's name. It's probably what it was. We probably don't need that anymore. All right. Bye. Okay, fixed it. Easy peasy. Fix chat tab switching when entering, exiting dialogues. Upper snake case and upper camel case. What I remember it being called is like foo bar, that's camel case. Capital foo bar is Pascal case. I don't know why. And foo bar is snake case. But maybe I got my terms mixed up. Let me look it up. Pascal case. Pascal camel case subset of, okay, so camel case, so this is technically also camel case subset camel Pascal case. There we go. Wikipedia is a better authority. Initial uppercase letter, also called Pascal case. Okay, so then snake case is probably referred to from the other article, right? No. Snake case. Okay, so it could be lowercase or uppercase. So snake case is just the presence of these underscores. Underscores. That's why you said upper camel case. Got it. I knew I had to look it up again because you said that and I'm like, I think I remember it wrong then. Prefer rolling a random number for every character, decide what rule you should follow. Hello there. You're new to programming, having a problem with an error CSO117, not contain a definition. Can you help me? Well, the only thing you've told me is the error number, so the only thing I really can do is look it up. And this is what I would do. Look it up, and it says the type doesn't contain a definition of identifier. So why would this generate it? Because some member doesn't exist inside of the base class, right? So probably you misspelled a variable name. That's all I can go by, micro. If you give me more context, like a gist or ghost bin, paste bin, something like that, we can maybe look at the code, but yeah. My guess is that you just misspelled something. Yeah. The most common mistake I make is misspelling things, and I usually find out when I am editing the code. Like, what you want to do is pick a code editor that just tells you before you even compile it. So, like, let's say I'm in my code here and I just misspell that. Look at that. It put it in red underscore, and it said it has no member that, right? So if you pick an IDE that does that for you, then misspellings become a lot easier to find and fix because the editor tells you right away if you just pay attention to the red squiggly. If you're not getting the red squiggly and you compile it and it still gives you that error, then it might be a more difficult problem. You put time.delta time. Yeah, so it's the capital T in time. Yep. Are you using gtest? What VC code am I using? Yes, I am, and I have a little video that goes over how I set that up. I am using a combination of CMake tools and the Catch2 Google Test Explorer and Test Explorer UI. So all of those together are really sweet. They end up letting me do cool things like, well, once this loads. Wow, we just spammed that extension a couple times. The gtest and the extension, that's fine. Yeah, we got some chat spam, but that's fine. Yeah, the Test Explorer is pretty cool because you can have it do this. I can say, where is that test? And then let me just run that test, and then I can show the log for it. And if it failed, it would tell me what was expected and what was the actual. And you get the nice little green check marks when it passes. So it's pretty sweet. Can you open the console to see the error messages? Yes. What's CSO 1010? Is that, hold on. Yeah. What we did was we looked up that error message and it just told us one possible reason. We need more context, right? Gonna go back to deving yourself again? Okay. See you, Amy. Oh, that worked. Oh, cool. Yeah, so you can see there was a misspelling. So yeah, if you don't already have it set up for your editor, get it set up so that if you misspell things, it should have just told you. Like it would tell me the same thing if I didn't capitalize that. It would say there is no such thing. Hey there, Backcraft. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I changed the. I made a decision in my stream to no longer thank. Well, I still feel like I should say thank you for following, but I don't shout out people's names because I know some people don't like being shouted out like that. But I do. I want to say I do still appreciate the follows and the subs and stuff like that. And so I left the stream overlay up there so you see your name, but I'm not going to say the name just because I think it makes people uncomfortable. And I removed the stream element spam from chat. I am doing well, Backcraft. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? No problem, Micro. That's what we're here for, partially. I'm here to work, but if people have questions, I try to answer them. All right. All right. What was I doing? We fixed this one just now. We're down to the more difficult problems, right? Possibly work on this one next. So, well, you know, this one's really minor to me. Let me put that down here. It's not as important. Whispering someone who doesn't exist or isn't logged in should give you some kind of feedback, like, no such player currently logged in. I think I can do this one. Because the chat has a check that we can use for this. Let me verify that I understand how I did the chat in my game. You know, so forgetful, I might have forgotten. You never know. I think the way I did it is there was a chat client message, yes. So that means there will be a function somewhere called chat check. No. It'll be in the messaging CPP and the function called chat check. Here we go. So, right, the only thing we check right now is, can you chat? Because you might not be able to chat if no admin is present, and you might not be able to chat because your chat hasn't cooled down yet. There's a timer. You can't chat too frequently. If it gets past these checks, like a whisper would start with a slash, so it would do on chat command. Whisper. Where does that go? Chat command handlers. Where did I set that up? Aha, I set it up here. Okay, so it's on chat whisper. So if the target name isn't the GM, we look up the person. Okay, here we go. So here's what happens if you try to whisper someone that doesn't exist. It will not do anything in the game. And actually, if they exist and they're not logged in, it'll still send the whisper, it's just they'll never receive it. So a quick fix would be that we send feedback directly to the client right away to say, hey, that person doesn't exist, or that person's not logged in. And I could do that in the check. Maybe that's good enough. I'd have to interpret the command first, though. Hmm. How terrible would it be to do that? Let me think. Because it doesn't even know it's a whisper until it gets into this on chat command, and doesn't get that far until what? Until this point. So I'd have to duplicate this code. I have to strip it and look for a slash. Just saw Adam13531 uses to do plus extension. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, I agree. I keep thinking about maybe I should start using it. Yeah, I guess what do I say? Why am I not using it too? I haven't found the time to start practicing on making that part of my routine. I guess that's the answer. So sort of a lame answer. Yeah, I should probably start using it too. Just had a workout. That's great. I need to get up and get moving myself at some point. What do I want to do about this? If it gets this far, that means it's already been forwarded to the leader server. So if I want feedback to the client, it's got to actually make a command, not just give up. Right now, it just gives up if there's no such player. I could at least do this one, where it will execute the chat command, and the feedback could be tell the client that that person was not logged in. You know, I could do the same thing here. I could have it be a whisper with the target being some invalid number. Gosh, I don't know. Yeah, so you know what I could do is instead of doing this here, I could do it in the chat command. I can make the target just a string internally. What is it right now? It's an integer. If I made that a string, then we would interpret it in the executor, and then the executor could say, oh, well, there is no such player, or they're not logged in. Maybe that's what I want to do. So what if I do that? What if I change this right now and use compiler error driven development? This is the name of the player who's the intended recipient of the message if the message is a whisper. Sure, and GM is special, right? Okay, so compiler error driven development says we compile immediately and then just follow the errors. Okay, here's our first thing. This one's easy. We just change the type. Next. This one is actually easier as well, right? Yeah, it's just stored directly. Why is it target not equal to 0? Equal to 0 would mean it's the GM. How does this work, actually? Because this will not set a target if it goes to the GM. It won't set a target, and so the GM's client will look it up and it'll be 0, which, okay, it's the same thing. So yeah, what if I just do this? And then that's just that, as is. Okay. So we don't compare with this. We would get the name of the client directly. So const auto client name is impl profile players get name considering mask of client second player ID. And then it would be just this, right? Or should it be the other way around? Should I take command target and try to map it back to a player? Which I kind of like it. I like doing that better. Yeah, we should do it here. So it would be, I think I can do it with get. And then command target. And then this would be, I guess we just call this target player. Target player. And then this would be target player. Oh, target player ID. There we go. All right, next compiler error. That's a unit test. Okay, so I can't just see where it happened. I have to look in the message. Hate this kind of compiler error. It's like, it's not gtest's fault. It's the thing that I used gtest. And it's always, the problem is always a template or a macro. So it's command tests CVP line 1575. Right, so target is not 17. Target's a string, right? Bob. Now, why did this work? It's also a string. How does assigning a number to a string work? Which assignment are we using? Oh, it's going to make it a single character? Oh, well, that's not going to work. That'll compile and link, but it's not going to work. It's going to probably just fail. Yeah, it's just going to be the character 85. And when it encodes it, it won't be 85. So this is it's not going to pass the test. Is what it's going to do. Is this the first link of the day? Is that why it's so long? I guess so. What to do while I'm waiting for it to link? Let me look at what I was going to do next. The more difficult ones. NPCs not moving when in dialogue. The tough thing is if you're in a dialogue and you log out. I would have to handle on player logout. Actually remove you from the dialogue at that point instead of where I am doing it right now, which is on login. And I'd have to start tracking in the player the NPC that we're talking to know to freeze or unfreeze them. Okay, anyway, this is done. Interesting. I didn't expect that to work. Oh, yeah. Well, that'll, yeah, okay. It's using the string and expecting it could, yeah, okay, that actually would work. But we really want this to reflect what we, something that makes sense. Guess we'll run all of our tests to see what broke. That takes a little bit of time. I know it would, it's not going to work, right? Maybe this is all it's needed, but the problem will be if it doesn't actually reach a target. So like if this is ends up being, if this is 0, in other words, it will end up going out to nobody. Well, the GM will see it, right? Really, I want to do the check here. This is in the coordinator. Oops. This is not the right place to do it. We should be looking at results, I think. Well, no, we can do it here. Yeah, because we remember the source, and we can say if we're the source and the target was invalid, then we send them a message back. Yeah, the whisper test is failing now. That's the only one that failed? Okay. Whisper sent to player who is ignored by the sender. Probably because this target is not a user ID anymore. It needs to be like Bob, right? Yeah. This one probably just passes by coincidence. Not sent to player who ignores the sender. Yeah, this should be Alex. We're ignoring Bob. What's happening here? Yes. All right. Yeah, so let's make a unit test for the new feature that we want to get a message back if they don't exist or they're not logged in. I guess that means that there are two different tests here. Whisper to player who does not exist. Why do I have this max chat message length? Oh, this is just lifting the max. Yeah, okay. That's just avoiding the avoiding the chat message limit by setting it to 0 means there's no limit. Okay, so I only really need one user, and we don't need to. Do I need to mess with this at all? I don't think I do. So we connect as Alex, and Alex tries to talk to someone who won't exist. Unknown. Who are you? What we want the executor. So this is going to be a two-parter, right? Because the executor should make the decision. Or no, should it? No, it doesn't need to. Yeah, we'll create a chat message, ID 42, but then we'll expect the coordinator to figure out, oh, well, there is no such target. And so instead of seeing that, it will be, I guess we'll make it come back as a different kind of chat message. So the target is unknown. Who are you? So it goes out. But then we want a message right after that. I guess we'll make it a different kind of chat message. What type? Let's invent a new kind of chat message type called error. And doesn't have a chat ID. And doesn't have a sender or a target. The line will be... What did I want it to be? No such player currently logged in. No such player is currently logged in. Do we want to repeat the name here? How about we just keep it simple? No player found. Hey there, Romania. How's it going? Pride high. What does that emote actually look like? Zoomed in. Okay. So it's a little girl with rainbow glasses. Got it. All right. Cool, cool. So this is the message I want to add if they don't exist. And I also want to do it if they're not logged in. So this will fail, right? Because the message, it's still sent, but there is no follow-up saying they weren't found. So that will be in here. Yeah, so we'll just add it to here. Why do I have it say target? This is misleading because it's not target. How about we call it recipient? Because they could receive it even if they weren't the target. They could receive it simply because they sent it. Actually, I would want to show it anyway. So it really should be target, shouldn't it? If the target is ignoring the source. Yeah. So it should be if client second player ID is the target player ID. Then get them. Actually, I don't need to get them because it's target player. Right? So if target player, chat ignore, if they're being ignored, then skip it. Okay, so, So after we sent it, we can say if target player ID is 0, then the only reason we would be sending it to them is if they were the source of the message and we knew it wasn't sent to anybody. So it could be sent to the GM. So I need to say if the target isn't GM. So if it's 0 and command target is not equal to GM, then we're sending a special message. JSON object of some kind to encoding. There we go. And then it was type chat type, I think. Just copy this. And then this, we need to format it. String so system abstractions as per nef. No player found, and that would be a command target C string. There we go. It's Pride Month on Twitch. Yeah, it's almost at the end of the month though. Still is June, that's true. All right. Did it work? No. It's in there. So what didn't match? Chat type line, type chat. What's different? Oh, sender is not player one, it's Alex. It's because I didn't bother to unmask Alex. So, did I do that in this other thing? I did. Let me just do that for consistency. I don't need to ignore Bob, but they're not masked, just so that the source is identified. Okay, cool. All right, and then a similar thing. It'll probably pass already. Oh, wait a minute, no, it won't. They'll exist, but they're not logged in. So that'll be if we try to whisper Bob. And I need to make sure Bob is not masked. Are you there, Bob? Target Bob. No player Bob found. Is that what we want to say, or should I? I don't want them to use this to try to guess players exist. I'd rather it just be generic if they're not logged in, whether they exist or not. I think that's what World of Warcraft does too. They just say couldn't find them. So you can't like see if the player name exists or not. Although you can already do that by trying to create a new account. I don't know. I'll just leave it like that. Unless enough people complain, then I'll have to figure out what to do. There we go. And I didn't give it a unique name, did I? Whisper to a player who isn't logged in, who is not logged in. Right. Okay, so there are actually really two conditions. Well, this one overrides all of them. If it's not it has to be not the GM. And either they don't exist or they're not logged in, which is target player.client ID equals 0. Yay. Oh, but this one broke now. Oh, because they're not logged in. Yeah. We have to log in both players then. To log in both, we can pretend that they're logged in is what I'll do. I just say players log in. Test user ID 2. Server, it doesn't really matter what I put here. So 4218 token, I don't know, token. IP address somewhere. Expiry, I don't know, 0 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Login time, 7. And it doesn't matter. They just need to look like they're logged in. There we go. Cool. So let's try it in the real server. Been getting more success restarting the cluster by first snapshotting, then hitting Control C. So they're reasonably in sync now. Start it again, and I'm gonna need another window. We'll use a private Firefox window. Anytime now, cluster. 20 seconds is almost up. Get a timeout and start the election. There we go. Oh, we had a snapshot installation. That always causes problems. Let me do another snapshot and make sure it didn't screw up. Just got contacted by Google making a survey about ArcCore. They must have liked your app. Oh, cool. Nice. All right, that's fine. They can be off a generation. I just want to make sure the next entity ID is the same. All right, so we're good. So I should not be able, before that's logged in, I shouldn't be able to whisper Bob. Okay, that didn't work at all. Oh, probably because the front end isn't doing the right thing here. Actually, no, it should have put something. What did it actually do? We need to go somewhere quiet. Let's go to that island where there's no one sitting around. What are you guys doing here? My private island, go away. All right, and then look at network. This one, okay. Bob, hello. Okay, you guys can see that well enough. The target is, oh, okay, so I'm not encoding the target correctly in the chat message. And there's the error, and we're just not doing anything with it. Okay. First things first, let's handle the error one. That would be in chat.js, right? Something like this error. Chat error. And then chat error. Make it red. Hello. No player. Okay, so this will work as long as I fix the other problem. Are we sending it correctly? Yes. Sending it correctly, it's just the server is probably just interpreting it as an int. And so, do I have a test for this? I do. I bet this is failing. No, this is passing. Oh, it's not checking the target, though. I bet if I checked the target, it would be messed up. Bob. Forgot to check the whisper target. Yeah. So it's taking, I think it's just taking the B and interpreting it as an int. I don't know, it's doing something weird. So that would be a chat make command, right? Oh, no, it was on chat whisper. Yeah, okay. I never changed this code, did I? So I think we just don't want to do any of this stuff anymore. It's just take that target name and put it directly in here. And I don't need a target ID anymore. Let's run all of the messaging tests. This one broke. How did it break? No player blank found. Okay, why did it do that? Oh, there was no target. Because it's a tell. Okay, yeah, that is a bug. So on chat executed. Keep that. It is a broadcast. Right? So I think it should be not broadcast. And the target is not the GM, and either the target doesn't exist or isn't logged in. Nope. Didn't send it at all. Why did it not send it at all? No, it did send it. Expected nothing. Wait, why did it expect nothing? Chat not sent to player who ignores the sender. But it's a tell. Oh, the ignore isn't being obeyed. Got it, okay. The ignore stuff here isn't working. Oh yeah, shouldn't this be the source, not the target? No. It should be if it's broadcast or that's equal. That's what it should be. If broadcast or that. If the target is ignoring the source, then don't do anything. I'm glad I had these unit tests to catch me. Okay, it still didn't work. It's still sending it. I would expect it to get into here, so what's going on? Debug. Broadcast is true, so it goes into here. Wait a minute, it's finding the source by number? That's not right. Wait a minute, maybe it is right. Oh, it's not being ignored. Oh, it's not target. No, it is target. Oh, right. Yeah, it's not target player. We have to look them up because if it's broadcast, they're not going to be the target player. I need to do a recipient. Recipient equals players get client second player ID. And then recipient, chat ignore. There we go. Run them all. Oh, it's 2 hours in. We're halfway done. So just to let you guys know, I will only be streaming next week, Monday and Tuesday. So I put this in the Discord. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it's 4th of July stuff going on with my family, so I'm not going to be able to stream. But I'll be back the following Monday after that. So just 2 stream days next week, and then back to normal stream-wise the week after. Yeah, sorry, Clayman. But you guys will have Adam back, right? So actually, I don't know. Is Adam gonna stream during 4th of July? I haven't checked his Discord to see what his schedule is going to be like next week. Doubt it. Well, maybe he'll be streaming Wednesday. All right, that passed. Let me try this out. So again, where are you, admin console? There you are. So snapshot, then stop, and then restart. Hasn't posted anything about next week. I remember him posting something about that he's thinking about how much, if any, he'll be streaming in the future. That's it. He kind of hinted at the maybe less streaming. All right, what am I going to do for 15 seconds? To make this one work, by the way, I'd have to let the server know that I'm interested in knowing what the entity number is that gets created. So I'd have to attach some kind of extra information to a ECS command, or make a different kind of command specifically for if you create an entity from a client, just so we can tell the client what the entity number was. All right, we're back. And I can say, chat, whisper, Bob, hello. No player Bob found, okay. And then if Bob logs in, chat, whisper, Bob, hello. Ah, hi there. Log out. How are you? No player Bob found. What happens if I capitalize it? Okay, cool. And then let me try whispering Fubar, who really doesn't exist. Are you a player? No player Fubar found. Okay, cool. And then can I whisper the GM? I should test that. Hello? GM should get the message. Where's the GM window? Oh, that got then sent to everyone. That's a bug. And that got sent. Okay. The GM is receiving these then when it shouldn't, right? Okay. So the GM is receiving whispers sent to non-existent players. That's a problem. Why is that? Look at the Redux state here. Session chat. I think I might know why. Because this ends up mapping to player ID 0, and that's what is set for the admin connection. And maybe the same thing for the error. Yeah, that should only be sent to the sender. Okay, so I got a couple bugs here to fix. It's a feature. The GM's gonna get spammed. You guys don't care about the GM, do you? Yeah. Okay, so one test would be chat error not sent to other clients. So it's directed to Bob, but Bob isn't logged in, but I do want an admin, so admin equals add admin connection. There we go. I should not expect any messages, and I'm probably going to receive the error message. I'm receiving the error message. Okay, why? I mean, I'm not receiving the error message. I should be, though. Oh no, I wasn't. It was only if it's going to a non-existent player. So yeah, okay. So it should be hold on, another test. Did I close the window already? New private window. Localhost. Log in as Bob. Chickens. And let's see, if I whisper foobar, hi. Okay, at least Bob doesn't receive the error, so it's only the admin receiving the error. Let's see that again. Test 1, 2, 3. Why now I'm not receiving it? Why not? Oh wait a minute. This is from I got my windows confused. That's from the GM. Foobar. From Raimu to Foobar. Now, okay, at least Bob didn't receive it. Bob can still get messages. Bob's not receiving error messages. So it's just the GM receiving both the whisper and the error message that goes with it. Okay. Goodbye, Bob. So chat sent to, let's just keep it chat error not sent to admin. And we'll use the unknown. Who are you? I bet it's going to receive both of those messages, right? Yep, it received them, so let's go fix it. Yeah, here. Was this always a problem? Oh no, I think it was this. It used to be command target had to equal that, and so it only so Now, if it's a non-existent player, it'll also be 0. So really, what I should do is check for two things. If the target is okay, a little complicated, isn't it? The reason why NPC Bob is out in the void, is he? I didn't see him. Did he escape? Where's Bob? Oh, how'd you get out here, Bob? How did you get here? That's a bug. I don't know how to reproduce it. There, move back there. I'd like to know when that happened, but it's really hard to track that kind of stuff down. I think it only happens when the cluster is booting up, and I'm not sure why. Like they get teleported outside of where they should be, or they're able to move through things that they can't move through previously. Yeah, I don't know. But thank you for noticing that. We would have not been able to find him. He would have wandered away. Hmm. Okay, the only way I can think about doing this is making it a bit more complicated. Is admin and target command target is not equal to GM. Or not client second is admin. If they're an admin and the target is not GM, we're skipping it. If they're not an admin and the ID isn't our ID, then we're skipping it. I think that, I mean, that's sort of gross, but that I think will work. Make sure it didn't break anything else. I have no idea how Bob gets out into the void. Because there's a boundary all the way around. They can't walk on water. So either he was able to step on a water tile when we weren't looking for some reason, his coordinates got messed up, or another possibility is he's in the default zone, and somehow he got transported to the Bob zone. I shouldn't call it Bob because Bob is we'll call this I don't know, secret island. So it could be that he was in the default zone and somehow he got transported to the secret island zone. But his X and Y coordinates remain the same. Either way, it shouldn't work. Actually, hold on. I have an idea what might have happened. So, if we step on that teleporter, where do we end up? What if we stepped on the teleporter and then immediately moved, and the move happened before the trigger went to work? Then we could have ended up on the water tile, and then if we moved left, we would have been outside. So yeah, it could be a race condition between the teleporter. When you step here, when it notices, it sets your Z coordinate, right? No, but it also sets your X and Y. So it'll set it there, and there's no way it could move after that and not detect that it shouldn't be able to move. Oh, wait a minute. If before the trigger triggered, Bob is standing there and decides he wants to move, and it looks one square south and says, yeah, you can move there. And then the trigger happens, it might have moved him onto the water. Okay, so I don't know how to reproduce that. That's a race condition, but I can see how it might happen. The trick would be to go back in the VOD. If we ever saw him standing on that water tile there, that would pretty much prove my hypothesis. Did anyone happen to see Bob standing right there? Right on this square? If he managed to get there, then he could move south and then escape. I know how to... Wait a minute. Is there a way to trap him there? Yes, I know how to trap him there. To see if it happens again. We would actually put a water tile there. Because you can be transported on top of water, and then I'll put a little thing leading off of here. And if he ends up getting on this little area, that proves it. Right? Because if you're standing there, actually, let me make sure that I got the coordinates right. No, that's the wrong place. So it needs to be one more. There we go. So if my idea is correct, see how he teleported and ended up there? But if he, while standing on the teleporter and not yet being teleported, if he decided he wanted to move south, he could end up teleporting and then immediately jumping on the water. And then it would be possible for him to go on top of this pad. He wouldn't be able to go left or right, but he'd go onto this pad, and then we'd know that that's what happened. Yeah, so I'll see if he ever ends up there. That'll let me know. You're back with a stir fry. Add a second layer of water. Well, yeah, that would... I just want to see if that's what happened. Another way to do it would be what? Put a trigger on that square that says, ah, Bob, why did you do that? Actually, let me do that too. Something that would be very noticeable. Like, I had this entity which sends a tell. Let's copy him to there. Oops. To there. And then I have, because of that bug, I gotta move back. Wait a minute, I thought I fixed that bug. Oh no, because the changed. It has no tile. That's why it didn't show up. Okay, that's actually another problem. Hidden triggers don't show up because they don't have a tile field at all. Let me make a note about that. So, adding an entity with position but no tile, with position and trigger but no tile, doesn't show the special tile to the camera till the camera moves away and then back. Okay, but let's have this say, not welcome to the zoo, but someone, or bug, teleport bug, shouldn't be able to get there, but if they do, that should trigger update. Now just to test that, let me take my character and move him there. And we should have seen a teleport bug. There we go. But I shouldn't be able to step on that. But if anyone ever does, I'll see that in chat. Okay. What I wanted to do is even more than just sending a tell. I'd like to have it actually do something noticeable in the game, like, I don't know, change something permanent that I'd be able to see. I'll have to think about that. Okay. I was gonna test sending a tell someone who didn't exist. It still sent it. That's disappointing. And the error is sent. So you didn't. Okay, that's still. Did I not restart the cluster? Is that what happened? That might have been it. Let me do this again. Snapshot, stop, and then start again. I get distracted. I don't remember if I restarted the code after I made the fix. I think I did though, so that means it's maybe still a problem. Shouldn't be, although this is ugly as heck. That would mean that if it still is a bug, that means this test is not correct. Uh-oh. Oh, it crashed. The leader died. It crashed and I didn't see the pop-up. So do you want to debug this pop-up? Oh, it crashed again. It's a raft bug of some kind. I haven't yet gotten enough information to be able to figure it out. Would have been banned, ooh. Authentication timeout. Bad news. Caught up, okay. Are we all caught up everywhere? So let me make sure that game didn't get corrupted. Snapshot, please, and let me diff it. This is bad. I think. That looks bad. There's an extra camera in there that shouldn't be there. If I do another snapshot. Yes. There's some bug about in the raft stuff. Actually, there's more than one bug. There's a crash that can happen sometimes when two servers aren't quite in sync, and then the other one is it doesn't get back into sync. There's this extra camera that shouldn't be there. So which one's more authoritative? I think it was. Yeah, these are close enough. I think 11 is out of sync. Yeah, so we're going to trust 10. So delete. Let's just delete all their journals. And copy 10 snapshot. Overwrite 11 and 12. Now they're in sync again. I'm not looking forward to tracking down those bugs in the raft algorithm. The crash one, I can get more data for if I just watch, if I look at variables when it crashes. The getting out of sync one, though, I'm not sure what to do about that. I think it might be a bug in snapshot installation. I guess I'd try to recreate that by just adding a new server that doesn't have any data. It would always get a snapshot installed, and I would see is its state correct. All right, we're caught up. And we have a connection, right? Let's refresh these so that we get rid of, clean the window, right? Now chat. Foobar, hello. Cool. Yeah, it just didn't restart the server before. But I can still whisper the GM. And whispering me from the GM works too. Cool. That's not colored right, though. Do I care? I sort of do. So let me find where that's done. 2. Here it is. Format chat subject. Suggested sanitizers I could try? Yeah, you did. I could try those. That's true. This is expecting an empty string for GM. So let's do subject and subject not equal to GM. So chat. Hello? Hi. Cool. Fixed. Not sure about their state on Windows. It's seems less supported than on Linux, which is sort of weird when you think about like Visual Studio's debuggers being higher, in my opinion, better than the ones on Linux. That the sanitizers though would be a counter example. All right. So this was the thing that we changed whispers to detect when they are sent, when they are not received. If carry original whisper target name in the chat command. Check if whisper target doesn't exist or isn't logged in, send the source an error message. And then because of that, the GM messages are handled differently, right? Whispers to GM have target GM now, so update client code to detect this properly. That was this line actually. All right, and then add error chat type. Oh, I need to add that to the filters too, don't I? Let's find that. Game. This is not true anymore. I need to update that. I thought that was in there in the list. Was it? Let's just look for a dialogue choice. No, where is it? Where would it be here? Here it is. Error. Error messages. There we go. Let's include that. That's a necessary update because it's strings instead of IDs now. Cool. All right. Hour and a half left. Excuse me. Down to these two difficult ones. Is this a change log? No, this is the plan for today. So the night before I write down what I kind of want to work on, and then as I'm working on it, I do adjust things as I work on them, and I add notes. But instead of a change list, it's more of a more of a plan of what I want to do. Found Bob out of bounds, but not the process of it. Yeah, he'd already gone out of there. Yeah. Want to catch him in the act is what I mean. He's in that general area where I think he would end up. Yeah. Well, thanks for looking though. Thing I was typing earlier. Oh, in the that was the git commit. This thing? Yeah, I'm just typing the commit message. I guess you can consider that the your list of git commits is sort of your change log. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's sort of a change log. In fact, I could if I wanted to know what changed in the front end client since the last release, I would just take all of these commits and the commit messages, and I would just clean them up and say that that's my change log since the last release. And no problem, Backcraft. Yeah, so yeah, you can call it a change log. Usually, I think of it as a version control history, but I guess it's the same thing. The change log will just be the comments from the version control history. Okay, I want to see at what point do players, so in the executor, on player logged, I think it's on logged in, we remove them from dialogues, right? Yes. I think I want to do that on log out instead of log in. Because then, in addition to removing them from the dialogue, I can then free the NPC that they were talking to. Mm. Yeah, let me think about this. I need to actually take a break to use the restroom. I'll be back in a few minutes, all right? Hey, look who came by to say hi. Gato. Gato lindo. Pretty kitty. Alright. I'm wondering what the effect would be if instead of clearing the dialogue on log in, if we cleared it on log out. I guess we could do it in both. Yeah, he is a Himalayan. Himalayan. Him. Do you spell Himalayas? Yes. So it's an offshoot of a Persian. He's got the squishy nose. That's the kind of cat he is. Bob hasn't fallen for my Bob trap yet. Actually, any NPC could wind up there. Okay, see you, Backcraft. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, hello, Cthulhu. How are you doing? So, I've been just fixing random bugs today, and I'm down to these two. I don't want NPCs to move or despawn, actually, if they're in a dialogue. So, what I had in mind is the NPC would hold onto a list of what player characters it's talking to. And then each time we leave a dialogue, either on log in or log out, or if we exit the dialogue, the player will have its own record of which NPC we're talking to in addition to what dialogue we're in. And we'll go to the NPC and then we'll remove that number from the list of players the NPC is talking to, and only if the list is empty would they be able to move or be despawned. Stressed out but good? I'm sorry to hear that you're under stress. Hope you what's the term? Hope you get through that stress soon. All right. Yeah, where do we... This is done in multiple places. That's what I want to know. No, it's just done here. How often do we do this? 23 times, okay. Oh, this is feedback to the player that they've entered or left a dialogue. The thought came to me just now. You know what we could do is it could be something the executor does automatically. No, like no matter how they enter or exit a dialogue, we could do it right then and there. So it would be an executor function. I would just want to move the where is it? That's if we escape. So it has the same effect. It's one of these. Right, this is in the ECS. Yeah, right here. Oh, this is the test for it. Hold on, I'm lost now. It was here, yeah. This is in on player logged in, right? But they could also be ejected if they log out, or they should be ejected if they're logged out. Yeah, let me move this. Or let me make a copy of it is what I'll do. To unlogged out, yes. Okay, I know this works because that's how it gets moved to the 0 zone. So I think I'm comfortable moving this entirely. Well, not the inventory part, but the other part of it. I'll move it to here. I need to actually get the player component though. Yes, okay. I guess we're doing it here. Player component. Yes, we get that. And only if it is not invalid. We don't do this part. If they're in a dialog, we remove them from it. Set entity component type player. That works. And then I can remove this part up here. Done and done. So let's make sure I didn't break the executor by doing that. I did. Probably because there's a test. Yeah. Let's update this test. Clear player dialog on log in should be on log out. So we put them in a dialog. We should also mark that they're logged in. So player dot client ID is 18 and server is 42. And then we do a log out instead of a log in. This doesn't matter. We log out from the same server and client is actually needed. I think it is. Let me make sure. So on log out. I think it checks. Yeah, otherwise we get a not logged in here. Yeah, okay, so it has to match. Yeah, so that's the test. It's on log out instead of log in. Right, so now I can do a couple of things. Let me just take this test as an example. Make a new test, and we're going to call it mark NPC no longer in dialog when player log on player logout. Actually, it's on whenever. Hold on, let me think about this. There's actually two places I need to do this, unless I make this code where on player logout. Well, the component system could do it. Maybe that makes more sense. Actually, yeah, that makes more sense to me. I'll have the component system do it as a side effect. So what does this do? Yeah, this already has side effects like updates dirty tile, so we could have it do this also, right? Yes. Okay. That means it's not an executor thing at all. It's entity component system thing. So let's just add a test down here. Shall we? Yes, we shall. Actually, these are quite different. Let me just start it. Let me just empty it out completely. Did I move the wrong test around? I might have. Hold on. What did I do? Why does this have this name? Had this name. How come this didn't get... I probably copied the wrong thing. That's what I did. Anyway. Delete. Alright, so is there a dialogue already up here somewhere? Dude, I don't even need a dialogue. I just need an NPC. Yeah, so do I have a non-player character here somewhere? No. Okay, we'll just write it from scratch then. So we'll call this the NPC entity. And the important thing in the component would be what? Dialogues or... Actually, I want to use real keys here. So where are my key names? Player or key NPC. Do I have NPC keys? Oh, I do. Dialogue entity. Okay, so NPC, I don't know, like PC's talking to or something. Actually, I could keep it generic. I could say interact entities. I or something. And then it could be not just a player character, but if the NPC's interacting with anything in general. Right? Yeah, I like that. So we'll mark, okay, that has to have a prefix in front. We'll mark that they are interacting with something else. I need to create the other entity too. So PC entity. So they're interacting with the player character entity. The player character we need to create as well. And we need to mark that they are talking, that they are in a dialogue. So or do I? Maybe this is independent of dialogue. Yeah, let's make it independent of dialogues. It'll just be an interaction array. Because then I can reuse this, like, if I'm interacting with a container, I don't want that container to be destroyed. Or if it is, I want the player to figure it out, right? So maybe this is more generic. So I'll give it a more specific key, and I'll promote it up a little bit. This is really not sorted very well, is it? I don't know, should I fix that? Fix that now. These were, and then, but this is out of, I think I thought about keeping those the same, but really it doesn't matter. I mean, in order. G comes before I. N. All the P ones go up here. The S's go up here. C goes way up here. The one goes at the end. C-A-M. Much better. Okay, so interact entities. That's what I want. So we'll have the player character, just player. PC entity. Well, let's just call it player. will be marked as interacting with the NPC. NPC is being marked as being interacting with the player. So the act will be to tell the components that we're modifying the NPC. No, that we're modifying the player, right? That we're clearing the interact entities, essentially. Because that's, yeah. So it'll be set entity component of type player entity. All right. Like so. And the way this worked was, I was just going to empty that array, right? There we go. Thanks for the follow. And let's see, expect. Right, so we'll expect that the this gets cleared as well. It's that simple, I think. Let's have it be that there's another NPC. Another player. We'll call it another player. Like the NPC is talking to two players. Whoop, how did I get there? And we'll expect that this is what we get back. If we look at, so we have to say components, get entity component of type NPC entity. And then index that key. There we go. Hey there, Alfred. How are you doing? Or is it Alfredo Tagolo? That would make more sense. How are you doing? All right, so there's the test. It's not going to pass. We'll make it pass. And then that will be the mechanism through which we'll free NPCs. So then I'd update the NPC movement so they can only move if this is empty, essentially. Afraid was fine. Looking through my GitHub. Okay. Yeah, my GitHub has all of the reusable components I wrote, like web server, hash functions, AWS interaction, stuff like that. It won't have the game I'm working on because that is proprietary. But all the stuff that would be useful to reuse in other apps should be there. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm going to run this unit test. It's going to fail. It didn't fail. Uh-oh. What did I do wrong? Oh, I did the wrong thing. NPC entity. Oh, I did do the right thing. Oh, no. It's supposed to remove the player entity. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, got it. All right, so it doesn't do that. So let's change it to do that. Components.cpp. Right, so it has to say what? If it's really, it is for NPCs, right? So if type is NPC, then what are we doing? I think we're looking at if the we're looking at the components NPC entities, right? No, it's the other way around, right? Well, let me think about this. It's if anything is interacting with that NPC. So we should look and see if the component had any interaction and now it doesn't. Really, it's the differences, right? So it's not that it's not the type then. It's if it had, if component entry second has interact entities. Then we're going to look if any of them got removed, then we want to go to those entities and remove the other side of it. That exactly. Is there a difference between Microsoft C++ versus GCC, C++ in Linux? Oh, there's tons of differences. What will be very apparent is how you actually run the compiler, and the error messages you get back are all different. And then what might not be apparent at first, but you'll find out later, is that there are some things Microsoft C++ will let you do that if you tried the same thing in GCC C++, you'll get a compiler warning or an error, and vice versa. And a lot of times it's both compilers have different switches that let you enable other optional parts of the language or extensions to the language, and they don't quite match up. So you might be able to get away with doing some kind of syntax that's an extension from Microsoft, and GCC will be like, I don't know what that means, and then vice versa. And a couple other things I guess would be some of the compiler primitives are different. Like the way that you do structure packing is totally different. Do I have an example of that? Pragma prac comes to mind. I don't think I'm using that anywhere though. What else? Pragma itself sometimes is a difference. Yeah, so you can do this kind of thing with Microsoft's tools where you can say pragma comment lib and then it adds a link time dependency. And I don't think that works in GCC. I guess that's the only pragma example that I could find. What other examples might there be? Like the atomic stuff? Do I use any of the atomic? I guess I don't. I don't really. I don't have any good examples in the project I'm working on, but there are some intrinsics in GCC in the Microsoft compiler that, like for example, atomics that you can that are specified slightly differently. Structure packing is another example. Like I said, so they're kind of edge cases. Most of the time, there's not really that big of a difference. A more significant difference between like Windows and Linux will be what runtime libraries are there and what their APIs are. So like the way you do the clipboard, for example, completely different between Windows than for any other OS, right? Clipboard on Windows has to do with window classes and handles to Windows, and like for the Mac, it's completely different. It is it's all in a different language for one. I use Objective C++, and then you have to use this NS pasteboard, so it's utterly different. What else? Oh yeah, how you launch subprocesses, right? So on POSIX in general, you use fork and exec. Fork and exec. Fork and exec. And on Windows, it's utterly different, right? It's a create process. So that's I think the biggest difference between them is that the runtime libraries are a lot different. Yeah, well, I wasn't sure if the question was between Windows and Linux or between the different compilers both on Linux. If it's just between the compilers, then it's not the runtime library. It is not different. It would be the subtle differences in extensions of the language and some of the keywords being different. And I don't have any good examples to show other than that pragma. The linking pragma is there in Microsoft, but it's not there in GCC, as far as I know. Although I've been known to be wrong about stuff like that. Someone will say, "Yeah, you can do a pragma lib in GCC," and I'll be like, "Okay, didn't know that." As far as I know, though, you can't do that in GCC. Okay, if it has, I think what I want to do is form a set and see if they're changed. So let's bookmark that. And okay, we already have sets. Let's make a set. Interact entities. And then we'll do for size t. I 0 I is less than, well, let's get access to it. So const auto encoded interact entities equals component entry second the reference key. Okay. Get size plus I void interact entities insert interpret as int encoded that I. Okay, that converts the array into a set. And then I want to go through basically if component has this, otherwise it doesn't. But if it did, I'm going to remove them from here if they're in the new set. Let's call this interact entities removed. And this will be an erase component. There we go. MSVC can also load Internet Explorer with certain options. I didn't know that. That's sort of wacky. That a compiler could load a web browser? Okay, so if it's true that the set is not empty, then we have to do some work, right? In fact, we're going to loop through it and update them all. So we might as well just do a for const auto entity. Let's just call it interact entity remove. In entities removed. So everything removed from this, we need to go to that entity. I think what I'm doing is I'm creating a new kind of component, aren't I? So that it wouldn't be in the NPC or the PC component at all. Yeah, that actually makes more sense to me. So back here, right? These don't have to be player and NPC. They could just be generic. Let's call it interaction. Or interact. Yeah. And then it doesn't have to be an object. It could just be the array. Like that. Then I don't even need that key. I don't know. These can just be generic, like entity 1, entity 2. Hold on, let's replace it smartly here. And replace this one with entity 3 and entity 2. So entity 1 is interacting with entity 2. Entity 2 is interacting with entities 1 and 3. And then we are going to entity 1 and saying it's no longer interacting with anything. Then we're going to go to entity 3. Actually, it's, entity 2's interact component now should be entity 3 only. Exactly. You got your web browser in my compiler. I like the title. I don't know these things. You got your web browser in my compiler. Oh, well, I've heard of this before. That's because they want to do HTML formatting. I don't know if it's a bug. Why is he calling it a bug? Is he saying it's a bug because it's not actually needed? I mean, it's just HTML parsing and handling, right? So maybe they're using HTML somewhere. Okay, I can see how it might be a bug if they don't need HTML parsing for any reason in the static analysis. He calls it a bug because the compiler doesn't need. So the compiler with the analyze option though, what does the analyze option do? Static code analysis. Does it generate web pages? I thought sometimes they did that, right? This might cause an extra output. Okay, it might be an optional thing. Maybe there's an optional output of the code analysis to generate a report in HTML, and they're loading it even if that option isn't enabled. So the bug would be that they're loading it because it might be used, but actually isn't used. I can see that. Okay, so it's not as outlandish as I initially thought. Still interesting though. Yeah, the thing about it slowing down the compilation is a problem though, right? Yeah. This still will fail, right? Oh, I'm not done writing the code. Yeah, let's finish writing the code first. Okay, so it really is that if the type is interact, that we do this stuff. And I don't need this key anymore. Okay, so I don't need this. I can use this directly here. And again, I can do that here. And this is always true, right? It's if the component type is that. Well, it will be. Yeah, so that's always true. So this is just doing a difference. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Huh. The performance, I guess that's what PF, performance, something. It loads the XML to load the XML config file, and that loads URLmon to open the stream, and that, why does URLmon need to load HTML though? It creates a window because that's what it does? That's weird. Yeah, it might be a sign that DLL has too many concerns, right? It's both a web browser and it's doing something else that the XML reader needed, or someone thought that it needed. Yeah. DLL too large, too many responsibilities. Gets loaded when you don't want it. When you don't want 99% of it. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, so this is just breaking a link. So it needs to then, yeah, go and set the corresponding other end of it, right? Just make a recursive call? I don't need to necessarily, do I? I do need to find the component though, because it might not exist anymore. So we'll call this other component entry. And we're looking at the instance entity removed. Or interact entity removed. If it is not found, continue. If it is found, we're going to specifically remove. I'm going to have to do the same thing here. What if I just make a helper for that? Let's make a helper for this. It's going to return a set of integers. Entity set from array. Return entity set. And then this would be const JSON value array. Well, entity array. And while I'm at it, let me make the other one as well. The one which removes. Yes. So this would be void. Remove from entity set. All right, so we'll have an entity array, but we'll also have the set itself. Entity set. Entity set erase from entity array. There we go. I'll document those later. Cthulhu asks, am I making it so NPCs can talk to one another? No, I'm making it so that when you are talking to an NPC, they can't move. So the way I'm going to do it is there'll be basically a link between the player and the NPC through this interact component. It'll basically be an array. So the player will have an interact component with one element in it, which will be the NPC's entity. The NPC will have an interact component with one element, that'll be the player's entity. And when the player breaks out of the dialogue, it's going to remove the NPC entity from its interact component. And then this code here is going to say, okay, well, let me remove the player from the NPC's interact component. And then the NPC movement will only let the NPC move if the interact component is empty. That makes sense. So it's sort of like linking the two entities together through interact components. And I guess either one could break it off, right? So the NPC ceases to exist would break the PC out of the dialogue as well. If I do it right. So two people will still be able to talk to, yeah. So if two players are talking to the same NPC, that NPC's interact array will have two player entities in it. Now, conceivably, the flip side is also true. A player could talk to two NPCs at once, but that doesn't really make sense. But this part of the code would actually work with that. All right. So I'm going to use the helpers I just made. So auto that equals entity set from array component entry second. And then remove from entity set component. Okay, so if this is true, then auto other component interact entities is entity set from array other component entry second, right? And then remove from entity set this one. Actually, I don't need this. I can just make it a simple void erase interact entity removed. Right? And then write it back. So this one would be entity array from set, which I don't have yet. Actually, you know what? It's easier to just do this in one thing, right? So let's make another one. Let's make it say remove entity from array. Indirect entity remove. There we go. We'll just make this a helper as well. Void. And this is going to be a JSON value, which is mutable. Entity array. And then this is the entity to remove. So I don't know if I had a find or not. I don't think I do. So I'll have to do a loop and basically compare. If as an int entity array I equals entity to remove, then we found it. Ultimately, we're going to return. But before we do, entity array remove. There's one that takes a key and the other one that takes an index, I believe. It would let me click that, which it's not letting me do. Yeah, index, so it would just be I. Cool, there we go. Hey there, said who? How are you doing? Okay. This should pass my test now, right? Nope. It didn't work. Okay, so what did I do wrong? That used to have entity 2 in it. It should have gone to entity 2 and removed entity 1. So let's see what I did wrong. Breakpoint here, and then we'll debug. Okay, entities removed is a set containing 2. Wait a minute. Yeah, it used to have 2 in it. So then when we remove it, hold on, this is not right. It still has, did I do this backwards? I think I just need to step in and see what that's doing. Wait a minute, it skipped right over it. Is the array empty? It's empty. Why is it empty? It's not an array. It is an array. Oh, right, remove nothing. Okay, no, that is correct. Okay, let's try this again. What up, long time no see? A lot of stuff. Have you seen my recap video? I'm going to be making another one this weekend. So that last one was for May. I'm going to be doing another recap for June. And I don't know, there's a lot of stuff in the game. You should log in and see. So here's the game. For some reason, it crashes for me, and the GM view crashes. So I added signs. If you step on that sign, it tells you welcome to this island. I don't know if you saw that there were teleporters earlier. There's also, I made a little test island. Oh, this NPC is eating up these swords. Okay, if there wasn't this NPC here, you could go onto this island and I'll just move him. Whoops. That was weird. Oh, I moved the ground there. Let's move it back. I want to pick this guy up and move him. There we go. If there's no NPC there destroying the swords, they spawn here, and you can go pick one up and move on top of an NPC to despawn them. Yeah, you can talk to NPCs now too. I think the one you can talk to, Bill, is over here. So you can move next to Bill and you hit either T or there's a talk button for you, and you can talk to Bill and ask him questions. And I have the ability to edit that here. So the start of the conversation is it says that, and then goes into the convo state, and then you can ask him all of these things: name, job, tiger, Bill. That's actually kind of simple. I can add new states and new choices and all sorts of things. I was working on that today. And you can't despawn him by accident because he's marked invulnerable. That's also why I put a nameplate on him so you can tell where he is. The bug right now I'm working on actually is that, see how Bill is still moving around even if you're talking to him? Let's see if you are talking to him. Yeah, so you're in the convo state, but he's able to move around. That's a bug. I'm working on right now making it so that when you're in a conversation with an NPC that they can't move anymore. Oh, thank you, Alfredo. I try to put all my notes in there. I'm not always the best at organizing, though. Thanks for the compliment. Trying to figure out what I did wrong here. So the entities removed still is 2. This should loop through it. Should find it. And it should remove 2 from this set. Maybe this is the problem. It didn't remove either one. Let's see what's in that array. Can I please look at it? It's an array of integers. What's the first integer? 1. What's the second integer? 3. And this was 2. Hold on. Did I set up that test right? It should have removed 2 from entity. Wait a minute. It should have removed 1 from entity. Okay, I did get it back. I did get it wrong. Yeah. Oops. It's not supposed to remove the entity removed. That's this guy. So this should be the original entity number. There we go. Too many things called entity. Well, thank you, Setu. It's coming along bit by bit. That one reason I started making those recap videos is that day to day, to me, the progress seems slow. But if you look at like month to month, I think there is a lot of changes. And if you haven't watched the stream in a while, you'll be like, "Oh wow, a lot of things are different. Things are changed." And that video is meant to sort of recap what changes were made week to week, so you can kind of get an idea of how the progress went. Also, I might forget stuff I've added, and the recap video will highlight some of them, and you can say, "Oh, he didn't talk about that, but he added it. That's cool." Mean to ask me, will you be increasing the amount of inventory holders? I can do that at any time. Yeah. Right now it's 3 because the only kind of item out there is a sword. So you can pick up 3 swords. That means you can slay 9 NPCs. That'd be pretty much all the NPCs that'd be in the entire world right now, because the cap is 10. But I'll add more slots when we have more items. And I won't do what Blizzard did and say, it's really hard to change the size of the backpack, so we can't do it yet. If you played World of Warcraft, you know what I mean. Forever, the backpack was 16 slots, and then every other bag was like 28 or 30 slots, and they'd be like, why can't you make the backpack bigger? And they said, well, we hard-coded the backpack size to 16 slots, and it's going to take a lot of work to fix that. We'll be doing some sort of paper doll system for that. Probably for equipment slots, yes. Yeah. We'll get there. Okay, so this is passing. So I wanted I want to basically clear the interact. I want to. It should. Yeah, it should clear the interact array when you log out, right? You should have an interact array, and we should clear it. So first things first. So you need to have an interact array, and that would be something the executor does, right? Let's look at a top level view. Yeah. So that means there will be one of these here. Create character interact if there is none on login. So player, this would expect to create a component of type interact for the character. Really, that should be player, not character. Player character, whatever. And it should be an empty array. That's what we want. Very simple component. And I need to go to all these other ones and add it in to update the tests. So they should all have interact with, it doesn't matter what it has, actually. They should all just have one so that those tests don't get confused. All right, let's do it. Yesterday you're having a bug with wine and actually fixed it yourself in the source code. Oh, that's cool. Well, are you surprised at how easy it was to fix? Just because it's a big project. Well, I guess what that says is it's a compliment to the project that even though it's big, it was easy to find and fix a bug in it. They have a lot of unimplemented Windows functions. Is that because Windows functions get added and removed all the time? Or just no one has gotten to some of those functions because they're very infrequently used? It's great code? I would hope so, because it's a huge community project, right? You would hope that the only way it would be successful is if it's easy to work on it. Because they're not used. Yeah. And it makes sense. It's like, if no one cares about a function, then no one's going to go implement it unless they're paid to do it. And it's a community project, so no one's being paid, right? That's cool, though. You got to do a commit for wine. That's awesome. You can add that to your resume. You helped working on the Windows emulator. Even if it's just a small way. Don't say it's small. Just say that you did it. And they'll be like, oh, wow, he worked on wine? Because yes, you did. All right, show executor tests, and let's run it. It will fail. Let's add it. So that's on player logged in. Player logged in. It's the same kind of thing as all of these, right? If it doesn't exist, make it. Yeah, so let's put it here. Interact. If it doesn't exist, create one, which is an empty array. Done. What am I doing on time? I got another half an hour. Okay. I can't go over today, too, because I got stuff to do. I want to make sure nothing else broke in the executor. Executor tests only take a second and a half to run, which is nice. It's all passing. So that means every player will have one. I should make sure every NPC has one, too. So that's in the ECS test, right? Not for the coordinator, though. Oh, do I not have it for NPCs? I don't have any NPC tests? Okay, well. I guess it's because I'm considering NPCs as experimental right now, so I didn't bother to make tests for them. So I guess we're just going straight into the NPC spawning, and we're adding interact arrays, right? We're just doing it. Here we go. For every new NPC added, we're going to add an interact empty array. And to grandfather those in that don't have it, I think when we open a dialog, we form a new interaction. We'll create the component if it didn't exist. That's what I'll do. Ooh, excuse me. So that's the next thing, right? Is the dialogue system. When you talk to an NPC, exactly. Right. We'll expect not just an ECS event, we'll also expect an ECS, two ECS modify components, right? So this one, let's make sure this is set up right. The NPC needs to have an interact. With an empty array. And so does the player. And talking should... Actually, if the talk just triggers a dialog start, maybe the dialog start is what would form the interaction. That might be cleaner, because then it's not just talk, but any kind of dialogue start. Yeah, let's do that instead. So let me take part of this test. Let's just add it to the end. Oops. Just drank a Monster Energy drink after not doing so for many months. It tastes really bad. How is this an actual drink? That's kind of like coffee. Sometimes people don't drink it, and then they're like, why would anyone like this burnt bean drink? Or maybe the drink went bad. I don't know. It's an acquired taste, I guess. Sometimes they don't drink it for the taste. I don't drink coffee, but my wife does. And she talked about how she didn't like the taste at first, but then it's an acquired taste. Same thing with beer, right? First time someone drinks a beer, they're like, ugh, why do you like this? Tastes awful. I would think that the beer and coffee and energy drinks, you're not really, the number one priority for a lot of people isn't what it tastes like, but what side effects you get. You get the energy from the energy drink. That's my guess. I'd drink a second one. Find a different brand that has a better taste? I don't know. You don't recall ever disliking beer, really? It's like the first time you ever drank a beer, presuming, let's say the legal age was 21 and your 21st birthday, and, you know, being a good person, you waited until it was legal, of course, and then you took a drink and you're like, oh, this tastes great. No, I think that doesn't happen for a lot of people. What was my first beer? I don't remember. I just remember I didn't like it at first. Anyway, taste buds change. You get older, you like more variety of things, I guess. I don't know. I should just stop talking. This should be dialogue start forms interaction. Yes, so it doesn't really matter what we're talking to, but we'll just leave NPC there. With the dialogue, yes. The position's irrelevant. So is the position of the player. The act is that we enter the dialogue. Where is that? This one. Dialogue start with the player. And the NPC. Actually, it's specifically it has to be the NPC, doesn't it? Isn't it? So it is okay. I need to back up then. It is an NPC thing. Yeah. So it is this. So it's that we start a dialogue and we also form an interaction between the player and the NPC. Yeah. Okay. I think I've decided I'm gonna do it that way. So I need to look for a modify component, and yeah, copy this, right? We're going to expect that. Let's do it first. Modify component type interact player, and it will be delta doesn't make sense. It's just going to be component. They will begin interacting. Actually, we can do delta, can't we? I can actually use different types here. I can say component add and remove, right? So add, and then it would just be the number. So NPC, and then interact NPC add player. And this doesn't exist yet, but we can make it exist. Equals A. And while we're at it, let's put in remove. Remove R. Goldschlager, bottle of Captain Morgan. Okay. Everyone's different. No chaser. I used to need chasers for that kind of thing, but not anymore. How long has it been going on? Since didn't I have a command for that? How long? There we go. How long? November 2018. Yes. And stream elements. No, I don't follow myself. That would be a problem. I think I looked into how do I disable stream elements answering, and I couldn't find it. Yeah. I'm trying to obsolete stream elements from my stream anyway. So I'll just turn it off soon anyway. That's why I was going to look into that. I'm like, well, I'm going to be turning off stream elements soon anyway. I just won't bother. Okay, this is what I want to see. So let's make sure it does it. It will not at first, right? And it will be that the event is there, but the interact ads aren't there. So let's add those. That is something that the dialogue system does, yes. Oh no, what I'm going to do is remove the stream elements bot from my chat because I'm going to use my own bot. I call Golem. See how he is very chatty right now? Because he's copying from Twitch chat into the game chat. He also handles all my commands, or almost all of them. There are some that Stream Elements still does because Golem can't do it yet. Once Golem can answer all stream commands, then I'm going to kick Stream Elements bot out of my chat, and the only thing I'll use Stream Elements for is my overlay. And actually, this chat overlay, I kind of want to get rid of it too and replace it with Chris's overlay. I don't know if he's here right now, but CM Griffin, he's working on a Twitch chat overlay. Oh, he is here. And I want to put his overlay here instead of Stream Elements. But then actually, I'll still have Stream Elements around, but it's just for the raid announcements and follow announcements. If I had something to do that, then I can totally get rid of Stream Elements. Yeah, it's cluttered right now. Yeah, I apologize. You know what I can do is that, and that's a little bit better because I hardly ever have code over here. And I think that the chat reasonably shows up, on top of this stuff here. But yeah, sometimes I will make the window will cover that chat and be like, ugh. A little space issue here and there. See, if I do that, it scrunches these a little bit. But I'm not usually showing that screen, so it's not a problem. As you could probably tell, I'm not the best at visual design. When I'm showing code, though, I think the Twitch chat is reasonably placed. I could maybe move it a little bit to the left. Move that a little bit to the left. I'm not going to deal with it now. All right, dialogue system, right? This is a certain event that the system handles called the talk, right? Talk. Get the player. There has to be an NPC there. Okay, so enter dialogue. So enter dialogue. I guess I can do it here. Yeah, because it's always a player and an NPC. I said this is perfect. I can just call the feedback delegate again. And let's just copy what the test does. So what the test expects. Yeah, exactly. Copy pasta. Player entity goes there and there. NPC entity goes there and there. Easy peasy. Now I need to do the other side. Dialogue end should remove the interaction. Oh no, wait a minute. I was going to do that separately. I was going to do that in the log out, wasn't I? Yeah. Yeah. So it doesn't matter how you leave the dialogue. No, wait a minute. Yes, okay. So anyway, let's get this working. What's wrong here? Oh, these numbers are flipped? Did I get that wrong? I did get it wrong. There we go. Have you ever written code without using the tab key? No? I use the tab key all the time. I think if my tab key broke, I'd be very unhappy. Because a lot of the time I'm doing Alt-Tab and Control-Tab. But do you mean the tab key or the tab in the code? Because I don't use tab in code. Okay. I just use the tab key right there, for example. Okay, that's working. Yeah, so I want it so that no matter how, if a player leaves the dialogue, we clear its interactions. I think the best place to do that is the components test themselves. This is if the interaction is cleared. So this is not the right name. This is more generic. So this is a break other end of clear other end. Remove back reference on interaction and break. But then I need another test to break interaction when a player leaves the dialogue. So let's make that a separate test. Let me put it above this one. Break interaction on player dialogue exit. There we go. Oh, tab for indents. I like spaces, but I do hit the tab key to indent, but it inserts spaces. I don't like the tab character for indentation because just a personal preference. I think it's because I would work with people who would use tabs instead of spaces, but they would also visually line things up, like they might do this, for example. And they would want the text to show up. And it looks weird, but some people like this. They just want it to show up there. So there are a couple problems with this, right? One is that to get this precise alignment, your tabs have to be 4 spaces if these are each tab characters, right? If you switch it to 8 spaces, now it's pushed way out here, and it's like, why aren't these lined up at all, right? And the other problem is that even if you had the convention, you also have sort of arbitrary, this one character offset doesn't quite match. You'll have to have a space there anyway, right? So I would work with people who did that, and their code would just look like a mess because they had different tabs per spaces setting. So that burden of having to have the same setting as everyone else on your team just so that you can translate tab characters into visual space. It's like, I'd rather just use spaces and then use a fixed space font. The other solution, I would be okay using tabs instead of spaces if you never used space alignment. You know what I mean? If the only time you indent is for logical blocks like this, then I could use tabs, and it would just look, the indentation would look deeper if it was more than 4 spaces per tab. So I don't like the space alignment, like doing stuff like this anyway, so I could move to tabs per spaces and it wouldn't change anything. But mostly it's just a habit. Burn them all at the stake. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I over-explain, though. I'm always worried about that, too. And I really don't know if I'm over-explaining. Because no one in chat likes to say, that's enough, stop. Stop explaining, you're explaining too much. Can automate that stuff? Yeah, there's like prettier, right? You can say format document. And now it's completely screwed everything up because its idea of formatting is different from mine. Good thing I have undo. Break interaction on player dialogue. So I really do have specific things here, right? Player and NPC, for example. The player will be interacting with the NPC. The NPC will have... This I don't care about, actually. I don't care about this at all. It doesn't even need to exist. All I care about is that the player's interaction list is emptied when I do... okay, I need to create another component then, because the player needs to have a player component. That's where I'm storing the dialogue right now. Where do I do that? I do that in dialogue tests? I can't remember. Maybe it was here. Yeah, this looks like it. Well, let's just look for this, actually. Or more precisely that. And look in the tests for this. There we go. This is what I want. So it doesn't matter what these numbers are, actually. Could care less. In fact, I don't even need this to be a real number. Yeah, this doesn't matter. In fact, the state doesn't even matter. It's if the dialogue had something and no longer does. Or if the key exists and no longer does, then we are going to clear the interaction array. So this could be any number I want. 737, why not? Doesn't matter. So it will be taking the player and changing it to be not have the dialogue anymore. So like this. No dialogue key. Expect the interact key to go away as well. Well, I mean, expect the array to be cleared from the interact component as a side effect. Okay. This is really, it's really irrelevant to have it anyway, but I'm leaving it in there to illustrate that there was something else there. It's just this got removed. All right, let's see this fail. If it does it by side effect, it needs to be recursive too. I can make it recursive, that's fine. All right, let's make it happen. So it's the same area here, right? If we're setting the player, so I don't have a check for that, so we're adding that, right? If the type is player, then we need to get the entities that we were interacting with. No, we need to get the dialog we were in. If this has key player dialog and the new one doesn't, then we're just clearing the interaction one. So it's got to be recursive though. I got to do set entity component of type interact for the entity empty JSON array. There you go. Cool. All right. So I guess the final piece is in the NPC movement system. It can't move if it has a non-empty interaction array. So, and this is a prototype system, so I don't have any tests for it. NPC, also destruction too, right? So can NPC move? It can move. Let's just put the check here. If actually, what is this for? Was this a visitor pattern? Oh yeah, a visitor pattern. But really, before we ask the component system, we should just check if there's an interaction component and it has elements in it. So interact, get the entities interact component. If it is an array, and get size is greater than 0, can't move. There we go. Done and done. Maybe we should have it print something just so I can debug it. Do I have diagnostic messages here? No, I don't. Oh, but didn't I have a way to feedback diagnostics? Or did I have it in the rendering system? I don't remember where I did it. I thought I had diagnostics somewhere in the ECS. Maybe it was feedback. I don't remember. I did it at one point. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, nothing happened. Just reminding you, your character has one sword showing in the inventory, but you cannot pick up any new ones. So should we fix that, right? I can fix that now that I have the tools deployed for it. So I'm going to go find you. Go. There's where you are. You have these items in your inventory. So let's look at them. This item doesn't seem to exist. You have a leaked number in there. This one doesn't exist either. This one It exists as a sword in your inventory. So those other two entities don't exist anymore. So I will just make them 0. Boom. I don't remember though. Do I need to... Does that just get told to you right away? I forget. I think that it should have popped up immediately for you that you can pick them up. And if I hit refresh and look again, yeah, so you picked up another one. Cool. That bug, I think, is there's a race condition between if you are picking up and dropping a sword like really quickly, you could end up having references to things that don't exist anymore. Because you basically will have a reference to a sword that someone else has, or it's on the ground, and then someone else will pick it up and use it and it gets destroyed, and then you still have a reference to it, but it doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, one in the first, one in the third. Yeah, exactly. You can't pick up this. They should be able to pick it up. You have a 0 there. Oh, well, I'll just move it around. That might be another bug we haven't run into yet. There, I should have shifted it, the third one, to your second slot. There might be a bug about you can't pick it up if the second slot is the only one open. Let me add a bug. If only the second inventory slot is available, is free, you can't pick up an item. Okay, there might be a bug there. So what about now? Now you have 3. All right. The feedback delegate, where does that go? That goes into here, right? Feedback delegate. Set feedback delegate. On ECS feedback. Okay, we have ECS, we have message. I guess I don't have a diagnostic thing here. Was there some other way that I made to send diagnostic messages? I thought I did. I thought I had like a delegate of some kind. There's the feedback delegate. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just not remembering correctly. Huh. Anyway, let's just try it out. Do an all or nothing approach. So, other window. Snapshot, and then stop the game, and then we're restarting it again. You know, one thing I never did that I was going to do that week where I added the prototype items, I was going to have monsters drop gold when you kill them, and then you'd be able to pick up the gold. I never got around to doing that. And then I also need to have it so you can move things around in between inventory slots. And I wanted it so that if you, either if you click or you just hold the mouse over an item, that it would show a pop-up showing what the item is. It also needs to show a number if it's a stack of items. Oh, this stuff with the snapshot again. Caught up, okay. Have we really caught up? Diff, please. We look good this time. All right, good. So let's go try to talk to someone. Oh, Bob has escaped. But he didn't escape by getting teleported here. It could be here. Bob, you tricky sumbitch. Go. Ooh, that's not good. The camera got dissociated. Where are you, Bob? No naughty words. I didn't use the family friendly tag. Okay, I'll stop using naughty words. Sorry. Move there, Bob. One other guess is that he might be teleported here and then move here, and so he might end up there. So let me try to trap him again by seeing if he gets to there, he should be able to move around there, but no further. If it's not that, if he's somehow able to get out of here, then it's some other bug, and I don't know how he's doing it. Anyway, let's see if I can trap him in a dialogue now. Okay, he should be trapped. Oh, no, he moved. But let's look at the entities. My interaction is empty. What about his? His doesn't exist at all. Actually, that's one problem. These pre-existing NPCs don't even have the component. I didn't grandfather them in. Let's add it now. Interact. Let me just hack it in here. 523. Add. So he shouldn't be able to move anymore. In fact, let's put him back where he should be. Right, there you go. This one should have Bob's entity number, 3330 in it. Update. Right? So now Bob can't move. But as soon as I leave the dialogue, it should clear the interaction. Okay, cleared it from me. What about from Bob? Yes. So okay, leaving the dialogue works. Bob can move now. Entering the dialogue didn't work. Let's try again. Refresh. Yeah, that's the entering the dialogue is not working. Entering the dialogue didn't work, and that should have been done by the dialogue system here, right? Oh, I never implemented that in the executor. I forgot that. Yep, that's what it is. Also, I never did the remove, did I? I don't need to do the remove yet. Oh, I'm at the 4-hour mark. Okay, well, I'll fix this one last thing and then I'll call it. I gotta leave in half an hour. Let's see. Component add. Executor. This would be like, let's see where the first delta one is. No, not that delta. Delta. There we go. Modify component delta. I want to sort of make a test like this one. And this will be modify component add. It's a component of type foo, and we're going to make it an array of numbers. ECS command we modify foo component add, I don't know, 1337. And that has to be just a single value. And what do I expect from that? Is that foo should now have an array with 1337 at the end. And I'm not going to do remove yet, so I'm actually going to remove it from the keys. I'll add it later when I do add it. This one. Right, so let's implement that. Modify component. Right, so it's another kind of action. So it's either a component or delta or add. If it's an add, then we're getting it and we're setting it back. But between the two, we are adding it. So component.add. And what are we adding? We're adding this to it with the key different. There we go. run that. Yay, okay. I'm gonna guess that that's the missing piece, so snapshot, stop. There's another possible way of that how Bob got out. It could be that the cluster got out of sync and Bob took over the position of a different component and or like swapped places with it and then basically was able to move where he shouldn't have been able to. So it could be related to the cluster synchronization problem that I'm seeing. Okay, yeah, this is good. It's probably gonna mess up. When it times out and it doesn't start, that means the other servers didn't accept it as the leader. That means they're not in sync. If 11 and 12 can become the leader and then catch 10 up successfully, it will recover. But the bug I'm seeing is sometimes it doesn't catch up correctly. Yeah, installing snapshot on 10, does it catch up? No. Oh, no, it caught up. But let me see if it... And Bob escaped. Did you see that? Did you see him get out when that happened? I think it's related to that. I'm thinking that that's what's happening, actually. That he was able to escape because of a... Oh, look, he got onto the water. How was he able to move on water? Oh, the camera is not right. That's the problem. No, he didn't escape. It's just the camera was offset. Which is weird that that would happen anyway. Yeah, there's something weird happened with the cameras. Oh, look, also Bob is here now. Anyway, let's get Bob trapped in a dialogue, shall we? Oop, oop. Yep, we're interacting with Bob now. Bob cannot move. Done. Actually, what I would really like to, for a complete test, is to get the other client to be talking to Bob too. So let me try that. This is like Fallout 76 when player bases overlap on load. Player bases overlap on load? Could be. I'm not familiar with that game. The only thing I know about Fallout 76 is that a team of players that was able to crash the servers by dropping like multiple nukes all simultaneously, and it like crashed the server. Let's call it Billy. Not to be confused with the Bob NPC. And yeah, he never did set his avatar. Let's use this one. He's a masked player, but he should be able to talk to Bob too. And also Bob, he's getting things confused, so let's move him away. Let's teleport him away. There we go. Goodbye also Bob. Anyway, both players are engaged in talking to Bob, so Bob should be in two interactions. Yep. And then he's in the same. How did you get back here? Get over there. Okay, and then also Bob, you're starting to annoy me. I want to imprison you somewhere. Let's just take you back here. Put you here. Why is that not working? Oh, I'm moving myself. That's why. Eh? That's not working either? Interesting. I can't teleport him out of the zone. Oh, is that broken now? I think that's broken now. Oh, shoot. Okay, well. I can teleport him on top of the teleporter. Go back and quickly snag him. before he decides to go back in the portal, which he just did. Shoot. Stop doing that also, Bob. Go there. And then move over there somewhere. There we go. All right. Anyway. Bob's in 2 interactions. Now if I escape one of them, now he is in just 1. Nice. Let me test the log out thing. So we'll just have player 9 just close the window. Now Bob's free. There we go. I could freeze him. Yeah, I could do a lot of things. That's okay. I just needed him out of the way just long enough to test that. Okay, so some loose ends are pre-existing NPCs don't have this component at all. That's fine. I don't think I'll worry about that. I'll just make sure to add them for any new NPCs. Players should get grandfathered in, right? As soon as they log in, they get the interact component, which happened with Billy. Okay, good. Let's just check this in. This was because I resorted everything. This got moved. This was added to grandfather in interact arrays. Here's where the removing from a dialog got moved to. This is support for adding to an array. Okay, so there are several things here. Move code to escape or to take a player out of any dialog from the log in to the log out handler in the executor. Add ability for executor to add elements to component array. Okay, add interact components for players and NPCs. Okay, when an entity is removed from an interact component, have the components, well, have the ECS remove the entity from the other interact component. Let's give them names. When an NDA is removed from the interact component of an entity B, have the ECS remove B from the interact component of entity A. All right, and then clear players interact component array when they leave a dialog for any reason. That's that code. And then, right, so this is when a player begins talking with an NPC, add the player to the NPC's interact component array and vice versa. Movement. Don't allow NPCs to move if their interact component array is not empty. I didn't do the despawning either. Need to remember to do that. Like, if another player comes and steps on the NPC you're talking to, it actually will screw things up. I need to make a note because I want to fix that before I deploy. Bug. NPCs engaged. The dialogue can still be destroyed by some other player. That's just these are just the tests. Okay, so checking all that in. Summary. The summary of this is don't let NPCs move when players are talking with them. Thanks for the follow. Do get push. All right. So I'm happy I got through most of the plan today. The only thing I didn't get to the optional stuff. I wasn't sure if I would anyway. The only thing I didn't really get to is this last one, which is a minor thing. And that is this problem here. If I say I wanted to create a sign here, I have to hit add, and it doesn't seem to do anything until I hit refresh, and now I can add it. And now I would just add the tile and set the depth higher than the ground, and it would be a sign, right? That's a minor thing that I have to hit refresh after I hit add. So I'm not too worried about fixing that right now. And yeah, next week's is going to be really short stream-wise, only Monday and Tuesday. I'll probably work on one of these things, but I haven't decided yet. So yeah, I'll be out on family-related holiday stuff Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday next week. So I'll only be streaming Monday and Tuesday. What about a binary of pre-made entities? A library of pre-made entities? That was the idea here, that there might be a template for an NPC. So there might be a system where either, I guess I would hard code them at first, but then I maybe would make it so that I could dynamically build templates of anything I wanted. That would be what you're saying, a library of pre-made entities. Yeah. So I might do that next week. I really want to have these things before I start doing a lot of world building, because otherwise it's a pain. It's a pain in the neck having to manually go through this kind of thing and add by hand the JSON stuff. I'd really like it to be only do it once, make a template, and just have a button add template or something. I don't like guess. Oh, you mean like also Bob? Yeah. It's just he was getting in the way. All right. I'll be back Monday. Hope you guys have an awesome rest of your week. I'll be back Monday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1700 hours UTC. Let me go find someone to raid. Bye, Cthulhu. Thanks as always. Okay, a lot of people streaming. Bye, Nui. See what Irish John is up to. I gotta watch an ad. Irish John Gaming. Let's see if we can raid him. He's working on a multiplayer pirate game in Unity. Says he's creating mini islands in Blender right now. I'm waiting for an ad to finish. To make sure he's actually streaming. Oh, okay. He's got his game up. Let's go raid him. Say hi to him. Here we go. I hit the button. So, like I said earlier, thank you for watching. Have a great rest of your week. See you next week. Bye.